Dear colleagues, if you could take your seats, we'll start in a minute. Good evening, colleagues. When we last met a while ago, on Friday, December 9, our second session, we approved the CRPs under the following COP agenda items. 8A, on informing the scientific and technical evidence base for the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. 8B, on review of progress in the implementation of the Convention and the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011 to 2020, and the achievement of the Aichi biodiversity targets. 10A, on development of a new programme of work and institutional arrangements on Article 8J and other provisions of the Convention related to Indigenous peoples and local communities. 10B, on the in-depth dialogue on the thematic areas and other cross-cutting issues. And on item 10C, on the recommendation from the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues to the Convention on Biological Diversity, which since were adopted by the plenary. In line with the plan set out at our first meeting of the working group, I have also prepared CRPs on item 9D on Agenda Plan of Action, item 9C and 13C on communication, item 15B on cooperation, and item 16B on subnational governments, cities and other local authorities, which we will review today. Since our meeting last Friday, contact groups for items 9A, 11, 12A, 12B, 13A, 13B, 14 and 16A have met, as has the group of Friends of the Chair on item 9B. This morning in plenary, I reported on the work of the contact groups on these items. This afternoon, the contact groups on COP agenda items 12B and 16A have met for a second time. Therefore, I will ask the co-chairs of these two contact groups to report on their work. Let us begin with the co-chairs of the contact group on item 12B, the financial mechanism. Mr. Greg Phillick, Canada, Ms. Laura Bermudez, Colombia, which met on the 15th and 16th of December, and in fact had a third session this afternoon, and I would ask them to report on their work. And Mr. Phillick, Canada, Greg, you have the floor. If you could, yep.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So on behalf of my co-chair, Laura Bermudez of Colombia, I'll make this report. Our contact group was given a mandate by you to consider and finalize the draft decision on the financial mechanism. The contact group has met 3 times, as you mentioned, and has reviewed the draft text in the SBI4 recommendation to the COP, including the draft decision itself, an annex on a 4-year outcome-oriented framework of program priorities of the CBD for the GEF8 period, and an annex on terms of reference for the 6th review of the effectiveness of the financial mechanism. In addition, due to the 2-year delay of CBD COP15, we are considering additional activities that would normally have been scheduled for the next COP. These include consolidated previous guidance to the financial mechanism, including guidance received at COP14, in terms of reference for the assessment of funds needed for the GEF9 period. on progress over these 3 meetings. Thanks to a very constructive spirit and despite a large amount of material before us, the contact group has made very good progress. We've undertaken a first reading of new text in the new annexes and the draft decision, and we've cleaned up bracketed text in a second review of the draft decision and all annexes, or we've been cleaning up bracketed text. In particular, first, we've managed to produce clean text on most of the draft decision, with a few placeholder brackets remaining in areas where COP15 decisions are still pending. Second, we have a few remaining brackets on the annex on 4-year outcome-oriented framework of program priorities of the CBD for the GEF 8 period. We have clean text on the annex on consolidated guidance, and we have clean text except one paragraph on the annex on terms of reference for the 6th review of the GEF. But we still have some work to do. In addition to clearing the remaining brackets that I've mentioned above, we also need to consider first additional guidance to the GEF. These are from decisions containing guidance to the GEF that will be found in COP15 decisions. And second, elements of a draft decision and annex coming from the Resource Management Contact Group on a proposed Global Biodiversity Framework Trust Fund under the GEF, which is, of course, also subject to COP15 decision. Therefore, to complete our work, my co-chair and I would like to request an additional time slot for the contact group on financial mechanism at an appropriate time when relevant decisions are taken. I'd like to thank my co-chair and the Secretariat of the CBD and of the GEF, and the participants of the contact group for their cooperation and patience in moving us forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg and Lara, for all your hard work, and to all the members of the contact group. I would now like to ask the co-chairs of the contact group on item 16A, mainstreaming of biodiversity within and across sectors, long-term strategic approach to mainstreaming biodiversity, to report on their work. This group met yesterday morning and this afternoon, co-chaired by Mr. Carlos Albuquerque of the European Union and Mr. Stanislas Milba of Gabon. Mr. Albuquerque, you have the floor.
Madam Chair and distinguished delegates, this contact group on mainstreaming concluded its work tonight after reviewing the additional paragraphs that contain brackets 12 and the LTAM annex, and revisiting the previously revised paragraphs with pending brackets. The group was able to clear several additional brackets, but faced continuing difficulties in agreeing on the way forward with the ARTEG and the LTAM. There was agreement on the establishment of the ARTEG under conditions provided in the additional paras, either assessing the need for or developing further the elements of the LTAM. Paragraph 5 was entirely rewritten to better reflect the ways and means to engage with non-state actors towards the LTAM, and on how to reflect those inputs in revised or updated NBCEPs. The proposal that the LTAM not be negotiated and be submitted to the ARTEG as input for their work was conditioned to a paragraph that expressed that the annex is not a negotiated outcome of COP15. It is subject to further review by parties, thus not setting precedent for other decisions. The group also requested that the outcome of this ARTEG, before being submitted to SPI 4, be reviewed by parties. A CRP will be produced for the consideration of another session of this working group. And thanking to all delegates present on the contact group, I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much to Carlos and Stanislas for your hard work, and to all the members of the contact group. As noted, a CRP will be prepared for your review and approval at the next session of our working group. And I would like to sincerely thank all the co-chairs and all the members of the contact groups. Dear delegates, we will now move to the consideration of conference room papers, which I've prepared with the help of the Secretariat. I would like to begin with CRP 9 on item 16B, engagement with subnational governments, cities and other local authorities. I would like to submit CRP 9 for your review and approval. The draft decision prepared by the subsidiary body on implementation had only a few brackets. In preparing the CRP, I've tried to make our work as efficient and streamlined as possible. I would like to now go through the document paragraph by paragraph. Let us start with the first preambular paragraph. Can we approve the first preambular paragraph, recalling decisions, etc.? I see no objections. This paragraph is approved. Can we approve the second preambular paragraph, recalling the 2011-2020 Plan of Action? This paragraph is approved. Can we approve the third preambular paragraph, noting that while responsibilities, etc.? This paragraph is approved. Can we approve the fourth preambular paragraph, also noting that subnational governments? This paragraph is approved. The fifth preambular paragraph, recognising the important role of subnational governments. Can we approve that? Paragraph is approved. And finally, in the preamble, can we approve the sixth preambular paragraph, recalling Principle 2? The sixth preambular paragraph is approved. Before we proceed to paragraph 1, let us consider the annex to this draft decision, which is referred to in paragraph 1. So let us start with paragraph 1 of the annex. Can we approve paragraph 1 of the annex? I see no objections. Paragraph 1 is approved. Can we approve subparagraph A of paragraph 2 of the annex? Subparagraph A is approved. Can we approve subparagraph B of the annex? Subparagraph B is approved. Can we approve subparagraph C of paragraph 2? Subparagraph C is approved. Can we approve subparagraph D of paragraph 2? Subparagraph D is approved. Can we approve paragraph 3 of the annex? Thank you very much. Subparagraph 3 is approved. Can we approve Action Area 1 of the annex? So that's both paragraphs A and B. Action Area 1 is approved. Can we approve Action Area 2 of the annex? That's paragraphs A, B, and C. Action Area 2 is approved. Can we approve Action Area 3 of the annex? Action Area 3 is approved. Can we approve Action Area 4, Capacity Development? Action Area 4 is approved. Can we approve Action Area 5 of the annex? Action Area 5 is approved. Can we approve Action Area 6 of the annex? Action Area 6 is approved. Can we approve Action Area 7 of the annex? Action Area 7 is approved. Can we approve paragraph 4 of the annex? Paragraph 4 is approved. Can we approve paragraph 5 of the annex? Paragraph 5 is approved. Can we approve paragraph 6 of the annex? Paragraph 6 is approved. And can we approve paragraph 7 of the annex? Paragraph 7 is approved. The annex is approved. Thank you very much. That was very efficient.
You're going to see that all the way.
Now let us return to paragraph 1 of the decision text, beginning with adopts the updated plan of action. Can we approve paragraph 1? Paragraph 1 is approved. Thank you very much. Can we approve paragraph 2, invites parties, etc.? Paragraph 2 is approved. Can we approve paragraph 3? Paragraph 3 is approved. Can we approve paragraph 4? Paragraph 4 is approved. Can we approve paragraph 5? Paragraph 5 is approved. Can we approve paragraph 6? I'm sorry. Singapore, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point out a slight, I think, grammatical, typographical mistake. That's paragraph 2. Invites parties, other governments and relevant organizations to facilitate. So you missed out the T. Thank you.
We did indeed. Thank you very much, Singapore. That will be corrected. So I think that brings us back to paragraph C. Paragraph 6. Paragraph 6 is approved. And paragraph 7 is approved. That brings us, I'm sorry, Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Canada would like to make a procedural point about paragraph 7. While we agree with the intent of the review of the roles of national cities and other local authorities, we believe that the Executive Secretary should be requested to undertake such a review for the consideration of the subsidiary body of implementation at its 5th meeting. So Canada would like the paragraph to read as follows. Request the Executive Secretary, subject to the availability of resources, to undertake a review of the role of subnational government, cities, and other local authorities, and to present its report for consideration at its 5th meeting of the subsidiary body of implementation. In addition, there is a work being proposed under the annex in section D, paragraph 5, that is to be undertaken by the Secretariat. Canada would like to, if the co-chairs permit, to introduce a paragraph 7 bis that will reflect the work being tasked to the Secretariat in the annex. We are at your hands as to whether you would like to hear it now or later.
I think Canada now is the only time that you will have to present it, so if you could read it now, that would be helpful.
Okay, 7 bis. Further request the Executive Secretary, subject to the availability of resources, to facilitate the work of the Global Partnership on Subnational and Local Governments for Biodiversity for the implementation of the Plan of Action of Subnational Governments, Cities, and Local Authorities for Biodiversity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Canada. Could I ask you to read that 7 bis paragraph again, but at dictation speed, please?
Further request the Executive Secretary, subject to the availability of resources to facilitate the work of the global partnership and subnational and local governments for biodiversity for the implementation of the Plan of Action on subnational government, cities, and local authorities for biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. I will ask the Secretariat to read those two proposed changes to the change to paragraph 7 and the new 7 bis so that parties can hear them again. So, Secretariat, over to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. So, paragraph 7 would read, requests the Executive Secretary, subject to the availability of resources, to undertake a review of the role of subnational governments, cities, and other local authorities, and to submit their report to the 5th meeting of the subsidiary body on implementation. Then I understand item 7 bis would be further request the Executive Secretary, subject to the availability of resources, to facilitate the work of the Global Partnership on Subnational and Local Governments for Biodiversity for the implementation of the Plan of Action for subnational governments, cities, and other local other authorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. I take it that that has captured correctly Canada's proposal. Could I ask parties then, first of all, if that amendment to paragraph 7 is acceptable? Thank you very much. That is approved. And could I ask parties if the new paragraph 7 bis is acceptable? I see no objections. Thank you very much. So with those changes, the CRP 9 is approved. Thank you very much. So an L document will be prepared for consideration by the COP on this. And we will now move to CRP 8 on item 15B, cooperation with other conventions and international organisations. I see that we have NGO 144 asking for the floor. Could the microphone be given, please, to NGO 144? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd just like to make a request for a paragraph in the preambular section. So the Ramsar Convention International Organisation partners, BirdLife International, IUCN, Wetlands International... sorry.
I'm sorry.
Is this the right time?
Perhaps if we could, this is relating to the cooperation with other conventions and international organisations, I take it. Perhaps if you could wait until we've started on the preambular paragraphs, and we'll come back to that. Thank you. Cambodia, you're asking for the floor. No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a statement on behalf of Cambodia, Colombia, Costa Rica, European Union, Georgia, Japan, Kuwait, Mexico, Mongolia, Singapore, Switzerland, and Thailand. An efficient and effective implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework requires also enhanced cooperation between the biodiversity-related conventions. The two workshops, Burn 1 and Burn 2, on cooperation among parties on biodiversity-related conventions that took place in 2019 and 2020 strengthens the involvement of parties and secretariats of the relevant convention in the development of the GBF. Now, once the framework will be adopted, there is value to continue the Bern process. With Resolution 30/2022 of the 9th session of governing bodies of the ITPG OFA and Resolution 18.8 of Ramsar COP14, parties of this convention have invited UNEP to continue facilitating the Bern process and have requested Secretariat and encourage parties to participate in the continuation of the Bern process. As recognized by these decisions, UNEP is well placed to facilitate the Bern process as it has an institutional mandate to support and promote coherent implementations of the multilateral environmental agreements and has a strong track record in doing so in close cooperation with the mayors. We suggest to invite UNEP with this CBD COP decision to continue facilitating the Bern process and request to the Secretariat and encourage parties to participate in the continuation of the Bern process. Therefore, we suggest to replace the para 13C, which was in brackets in the pre-session document, with the new paragraph 12b and 12 here that reads as follows. Paragraph 12b invites the United Nations Environment Programme to build on the Bern process and continue to strengthen cooperation and collaboration among biodiversity-related conventions, contributing to effective and efficient implementations of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework by facilitating a process for cooperation among parties to the relevant biodiversity-related conventions. Paragraph 12 here requests the Executive Secretary and encourage contracting parties to actively engage in the Bern process on cooperation among parties to the various biodiversity-related conventions facilitated by UNEP, contributing to effective and efficient implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you, Madam Chair. We will submit the text in writing to the Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Cambodia. There's no need to submit this in writing to the Secretariat. I think the Secretariat has captured it. I think what we'll do, if with your permission, is we'll come back to this when we reach the appropriate place in the conference room paper. So when we come back to after paragraph 11, we'll come back to this. We'll ask the Secretariat to read it out again, and then we'll seek the views of the floor, if that's acceptable. So, CRP 8 on cooperation with other conventions and international organizations. If we can go back to the beginning and go through the document paragraph by paragraph. Sorry, Cambodia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just like to confirm that it's okay to wait until the paragraph to come here.
Thank you very much, Cambodia. All right, so let's start with the first preambular paragraph. Can we approve the first preambular paragraph, recalling decisions? European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to this first paragraph, we noticed that there was a change in comparison to the SBI recommendation, where the including restoration has been strike through. We would like to bring this back in, either here or in the first line after conservation, so to have conservation, restoration and sustainable use of biodiversity, which we feel is of a particular importance in this current UN decade on ecosystem restoration. In addition, we would like to add simultaneously at the end of the sentence, as Brazil has righteously mentioned several times over the past 2 weeks, that biodiversity is part of the solution, and the solution to help and tackle the multiple global crises that we are currently facing. This is to outline this important element. In this regard, we would like to welcome the UNEA-5 resolution on nature-based solutions for sustainable development, which provides an intergovernmentally agreed definition of nature-based solutions. And I quote, which decides that nature-based solutions are actions to protect, conserve, restore, sustainably use and manage natural or modified terrestrial, freshwater, coastal and marine ecosystems which address social, economic and environmental challenges effectively and adaptively, while simultaneously providing human well-being, ecosystem services, resilience and biodiversity benefits. We can provide you with suggested language in this regard, and with this I would also like to say that we can send it in writing, or I can quote it as you wish.
Right, thank you very much, European Union. Let me go back. We were on recalling decisions 1324 and 1430, so I take it that you have no objections. That first paragraph, I take it that that is approved with no changes. Thank you very much. That paragraph is approved. So for the second preambular paragraph, I understand that you wanted to add the word restoration before the word conservation, so restoration, comma, conservation and sustainable use in the second preambular paragraph. Is that correct? So floor to European Union, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies, I was too enthusiastic. Indeed, on the second paragraph, with regard to the first part of our intervention, we are flexible on the placement of restoration. It can be either where it was before, but it fits more nicely in the first line, either before, after, or conservation, as you feel it would be the best place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, European Union. So the paragraph would then read, recognising the critical role of actions for the restoration, conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity, etc., as it was. Is that acceptable? I see no objections. Paragraph 2 is approved with those changes. And I see the European Union again.
Thank you very much, and apologies, but my intervention was aimed at 3 different elements. This is only the first element. So the second element was linked to the simultaneously, the request to include simultaneously at the end of the sentence, so after biodiversity loss. And then there was a third element with regard to the reference to nature-based solutions and the definition which had been agreed upon at UNEA in this regard.
Thank you very much, European Union. So the word simultaneously at the end of the paragraph. And then I think our understanding had been that you were asking for an additional paragraph on the UNEA 5 resolution, or did you want it all in the same paragraph? In which case we're struggling a bit, I think, to understand how that would all fit together. So perhaps if you could read the paragraph as you would have it from as well as biodiversity loss simultaneously for us, but slowly.
I will start from the top. Recognizing the critical role of actions for the conservation, restoration, and sustainable use of biological diversity, for helping to address multiple global crises, including climate change and pollution, as well as biodiversity loss simultaneously. In this regard, welcoming the UNEA 5 resolution on nature-based solutions for sustainable development, providing an intergovernmentally agreed definition of nature-based solutions. Thank you.
I'm sorry, European Union, could you please read that last bit once more?
I will start with after simultaneously. It would say, in this regard, welcoming the UNEA 5 resolution on nature-based solutions for sustainable development, providing an intergovernmentally agreed definition of nature-based solutions.
Thank you very much, European Union. I think we have that now, and I give the floor to Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Although I do appreciate the EU's efforts to include the mention to nature-based solutions, which are for us are very important as well, I don't think this is the right place to do so, since we're not mentioning any tools or any ways to do conservation, restoration, and sustainable use. We're just mentioning how important that should be the target. So it is an important mention, but I don't think this is the place to do so. Maybe it would be better in paragraph 2 or further down the text. But if we mention nature-based solutions here, then we mention other approaches that could be used, and that, I think, just starts making an unnecessary list. So I would ask the EU to find a better placement for this mention of UNEA resolutions. Further down the text, there is a mention of other organisms and strategies that could be maybe complemented. But I would ask to keep this paragraph as it is, with the inclusion of restoration as the proposed and the simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. European Union, would that be acceptable to you? Do you think that you might find an alternative place for this reference?
Thank you, and thank you very much for the suggestion. We felt this was a very good placement, as this is looking at the actions, which is what nature-based solutions is about, the actions to help address the multiple global crises, using biodiversity as a solution to overcome them. However, we are willing to look at potential other places, and we are very much open to hear suggestions in this regard. We also look at the paragraphs themselves, but of course, as we suggest this language in the first paragraph, this is because we felt that this was the best placement. But very happy to hear suggestions from other parties. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Argentina might be able to help us out here. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Argentina wouldn't be able to accept this proposal made by the EU. We feel that this is not the place, and also it is not a correct reflection of what that resolution of UNEA does, because it does not only provide an intergovernmentally agreed definition on nature-based solution. We can look at the Colombian proposal, but again, we know that this issue, when proposed, and I'm sure everyone knows, generates many conflicting opinions. So we do think that at this stage, proposing this issue is not the best approach, but we can look at it in another paragraph to see if we can accept it. But in this paragraph, we don't think that it actually fits with the objective of the first preambular paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I did hear the European Union say that it would be prepared to look at other placement for this. So I wonder if we might continue on that basis, and perhaps you might consult as we are going forward on where that appropriate placement might be. I am somewhat reluctant to spend a lot of time tonight on a debate that we know can be quite protracted, when I know that everyone is quite tired as well. Would that be acceptable, European Union, that we approve this paragraph with the two changes, the one at the addition of the word restoration and the addition at the end of the word simultaneously? Is that acceptable, European Union? Can we move from, can we approve paragraph 2 on that basis and move to paragraph 3 while you're thinking about that? You have the floor.
Thank you very much. That approach is acceptable for us, of course, with the understanding that if we don't find another placement, we might want to come back to this paragraph. But with that understanding, we are looking into a better placement, and we'll come back to you when we get to the specific place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on that basis, then, paragraph 2 is approved on the understanding that you may wish to come back to it. Could we now move, therefore, to the third preambular paragraph, acknowledging the independent nature of the mandates, etc. Can we approve this paragraph? I think we can. The third preambular paragraph is approved. Moving to reaffirming the importance of enhancing cooperation, etc., the fourth preambular paragraph. Is that? I see no objections. The fourth preambular paragraph is approved. Can we approve the fifth preambular paragraph, emphasising the importance of cooperation, etc.? Sorry, that is the fifth preambular paragraph is approved. Can we approve the sixth preambular paragraph, taking note of the work conducted by the United Nations Environment Management Group, etc.? The sixth preambular paragraph is approved. Can we approve the seventh preambular paragraph, welcoming with appreciation the support provided? The seventh preambular paragraph is approved. Can we approve the eighth preambular paragraph, also welcoming with appreciation? The 7th preambular paragraph is approved. Can we approve the 8th preambular paragraph, further welcoming the contributions, etc.? This paragraph is approved. Can we approve the 9th preambular paragraph, recognising that relevant multilateral environment agreements, etc.? This paragraph is approved. Can we approve the 10th preambular paragraph, welcoming with appreciation the work conducted? This paragraph is approved. And can we approve the 11th preambular paragraph, also welcoming with appreciation, etc.? I see NGO 144. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for intervening earlier. We're suggesting a paragraph to follow this one, but it could go in other places. That doesn't have to go here. So the Ramsar Convention International Organization partners, BirdLife International, IUCN, Wetlands International, WWT, and WWF, would like to propose the following preambular text to be added to this page. Also noting the work to establish a World Coastal Forum that has been undertaken in response to operative paragraphs 15 and 16 of Decision 14/30, as well as Convention on Wetlands Resolution 1320 on promoting the conservation and wise use of intertidal wetlands and ecologically associated habitats, and Convention on Migratory Species Resolution 1225 on promoting conservation of critical intertidal and other coastal habitats for migratory species, which call for increased focus on coastal ecosystems. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, that was BirdLife International, I believe. Could I ask if there is a party supporting that proposal? Iceland, you have the floor, and the Maldives. Can I take it that you're supporting the proposal then? Iceland, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam. Iceland supports the insertion of this paragraph. It's an important cross-cutting initiative related to 3 conventions that addresses conservation of a large number of species and disappearing of threatened ecosystems around the world. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Iceland. I see that Maldives and China have also taken the floor, and I assume that is to support the proposal. If that's the case, I think there's no need for you to make a statement. You can, of course, if you wish. But China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China supports the proposal made by Ramsar Convention International Organization partners. During the COP14 of the Ramsar Convention, China confirmed to support the organization of the World Coastal Forum Conference with the purpose to facilitate the knowledge sharing, learning, and catalyzing actions for synergistic delivery of the commitments under multilateral environmental agreements, including the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. The conference will be held in the second half of 2023 in China. China warmly invites parties, other governments, conventions, and partners to participate in this conference and join hands to promote the achievement of the GBF targets through conservation, sustainable management, wise use, and restoration of coastal ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, China. So we'll ask the Secretariat to read the proposal, read the wording of the proposal again before asking parties to approve it. Secretariat, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you, Chair. The paragraph reads, also noting the work to establish a World Coastal Forum in response to operative paragraphs 15 and 16 of Decision 1430, as well as Ramsar Convention Resolution 1320 on promoting the conservation and wise use of intertidal wetlands and ecologically associated habitats, and Convention on Migratory Species Resolution 12.25 on promoting conservation of critical intertidal and other coastal habitats for migratory species, which call for increased focus on coastal ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. Could I ask then if there are any objections to the inclusion of this paragraph, this preambular paragraph? I see no objections. That is included, and I think we're proposing to include it just before the paragraph that says also welcoming the cooperative activities under the Rio Conventions. So we haven't yet approved the previous paragraph, also welcoming with appreciation the work undertaken by the Global Partnership for Plant Conservation, etc. I see no objections. That paragraph is approved. Moving to the preambular paragraph, also welcoming the cooperative activities under the Rio Conventions. That preambular paragraph is approved. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As requested before, we looked into a better place to introduce the suggested language we had for the second preambular paragraph, and we would like to suggest to include this wording here after the one on also welcoming the cooperative activities under the Rio Convention. So after this paragraph, we would suggest to include welcoming the UNEA-5 resolution on nature-based solutions for sustainable development, providing an intergovernmentally agreed definition of nature-based solutions. We also have a footnote added to this, but that can be sent in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. We're not, at this stage of the proceedings, everything needs to be spoken on the floor, so that we won't be accepting submissions in writing. So if you'd like to give us your footnote now, thank you. The floor to European Union, please.
Thank you. So the footnote is just a reference to the resolution. So it would be the United Nations Environment Assembly resolution adopted on the 2nd of March 2022, UNEP/EA.5/Res.5. So basically just the reference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and the Secretariat will be able to do that at a later date. With that proposal by the European Union for that placement of the paragraph, could I ask then if there are any objections to the paragraph? Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. We would prefer to take note of the resolution of UNEP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as we stated, we would prefer to not have presentations of this kind of wording at this stage. However, in the spirit of flexibility and cooperation, we would be ready to accept noting, but we would like to have noting the UNEA resolution and having the title of it, not a description of this resolution, since we think that it does not only provide an internationally agreed definition, but it's a longer text. So we could have the name of the resolution, and then in the footnote, the whole title of the resolution and the reference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I'm hoping that we're moving towards a good compromise here. European Union, would that be acceptable to you? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and also many thanks to the parties for being so constructive. We, from our side, also look forward to moving forward, and we would be very happy with this suggestion and can accept the reformulation as suggested by Brazil and Argentina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, European Union, and to Argentina and Brazil for that spirit of compromise. On that basis, then, I think we can move forward and approve the paragraph. Thank you very much. So, having lost count of the numbers of the preambular paragraphs now, can we move then to the... Sorry, Argentina, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could have the final reading of how it would look like, the paragraph.
Thank you. The preambular paragraph would read, taking note of the UNEA 5 resolution EA 5/5. And the footnote would give the title of the resolution.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. So moving to the paragraph recognising the rolling work programme up to 2030. Can we approve this paragraph? I see no objections. This preambular paragraph is approved. Thank you. And the final preambular paragraph, welcoming with appreciation the resolution, etc., on ecosystem restoration. I see no objections. This preambular paragraph is also approved. So with that, the preamble is approved, and we will move to paragraph 1. Can we approve paragraph 1? Paragraph 1 is approved. Can we approve paragraph 2? Colombia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding this paragraph, we believe that the specific mention of the Memorandum of Cooperation with the Alpine and Carpathian Convention as an example of a cooperation framework is quite limiting, given that these particular conventions are made up of very few member states and they're all concentrated in one specific region. If there is to be a mention to these types of cooperation frameworks, then we should mention some that have more participation and are better known by all of the parties. So in wanting to streamline text and not go into lists, which we're trying to prevent, I would propose to erase the specific mentions to these these two names of conventions specifically, and I would just end the paragraph at establishing or renewing cooperation frameworks, and that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. I see Canada followed by the European Union. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Canada supports Colombia's efforts to streamline this paragraph, and in addition, Canada believes that the proposals for the establishment of new and additional mechanisms should carefully consider the timing, necessity, and value added of such a proposal, and as such, Canada would like to insert the words "as needed" at the new end of the paragraph after the clause establishing or renewing cooperation frameworks as needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. We'll come back to that wording proposal shortly. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And although I very much appreciate the efforts to try to streamline this text, this was a clean text that came out of the SBI 3, so was included in the SBI 3 recommendations. It is an important convention. Not everybody is involved, but it's still a very important one, so we would like to keep it in the text. Thank you very much.
One moment, please. It was clean. It was clean. Yeah. Go ahead. No. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that for the European Union this is important, but that's 27 member states. The rest of the states are not being represented by these direct mentions, so I asked them in the hope of being flexible and of being inclusive of the 198 parties that are members of this convention to be flexible and just keep it general and not mention these specific conventions. Thank you.
European Union, would you be prepared to be flexible on that basis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In a spirit of compromise and hoping that we will also can count on the spirit of compromise throughout the entire document, we are willing to accept the deletion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, European Union, and I'm sure the room will acknowledge your flexibility. So, with that, the proposal is that the paragraph reads, encourages the strengthening of cooperation and synergies among relevant conventions and multilateral agreements by, as appropriate and in line with their respective mandates, legal authority and responsibilities, establishing or renewing cooperation frameworks as needed, proposed by Canada. Is that formulation acceptable? I see no objections. That is approved. Moving to paragraph 3. Can we approve paragraph 3? European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We noticed a change in comparison to the SBI 3 recommendation, where we had formally endorse in the third line, which has been replaced with recognize. We would like to bring back the formally endorse, as has also been for the biodiversity strategy 2011-2020 and HIG biodiversity targets. And we don't want the global biodiversity framework to have less impact than its predecessor. So we feel it's very important to have this added back in and have the GBF endorsed formally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, European Union. I see Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor.
We didn't request the floor, Madam Chair.
Oh, my apologies. So the proposal from the European Union is to bring back the words formally endorse instead of recognise. given that we are inviting the governing bodies to do that, and it is, of course, up to the governing bodies of those other conventions to decide what it is that they do, then can I assume that that change in wording is acceptable? I see no objections. So we are approving the paragraph, therefore, with that change in wording to formally endorse instead of recognise. Thank you very much. Paragraph 3 is approved with that change. Paragraph 4. Can we approve paragraph 4? Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you. Canada notes that the final component of paragraph 4, which invites UNEP to enhance cooperation, is expressed more clearly, we believe, in paragraph 7, and thus is redundant here. To streamline the text, Canada is asking for the deletion of the final 3 lines of paragraph 4, basically after the reference to CBD document SBI 310, the deletion onwards from that, and that it's already stated in paragraph 7, which we'll get to. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not planning on intervening on this paragraph as it was a clean one from the SBI recommendations. However, now it's opened up. I would like to make a change in the 5th line, if I count correctly, where we have aligned their own strategies to replace align with coordinate, and this because not all terminology which is being used in this convention is being used elsewhere. So it's just to make sure that we are not trying to change terminology in the various conventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, European Union. So the proposal from Canada is to delete the words and invites the United Nations Environment Programme, etc., on the basis that this is covered elsewhere. And the proposal from the European Union is to replace the word align in the 5th line, in the English version, with coordinate. Are there any objections to those changes? I see none. With those changes, this paragraph is approved. Thank you very much. We now move to paragraph 5. Can we approve paragraph 5? Thank you very much. Paragraph 5 is approved. Moving to paragraph 6. European Union.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Another non-controversial proposal, I presume. We would like to include and other governments after encourages parties, as we would also like to encourage governments which are not a party to the convention to contribute in making the implementation of the GBF a success. I think we can use all help we can get. So, thank you.
Thank you, European Union. So that would read, encourages parties and other governments to work together with all stakeholders. Are there any objections to that change? I see none. Paragraph 6 is approved with that change by the European Union. Thank you very much. Moving to paragraph 7. Colombia, followed by European Union. Colombia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Something just very basic in the last line, after facilitating linkages, we would like to add between biodiversity-related conventions and relevant multilateral environmental agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. So the proposal is to add the words between biodiversity-related conventions and relevant multilateral environment agreements. Thank you. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we can go along with the constructive proposal made by Colombia. The intervention that I wanted to make is along the lines of my previous intervention. We believe it's important to have everybody on board for the implementation of the GBF, but also to make sure that we use all the help we can get. To this end, it is important to invite UNEP to support the parties and the secretariats of the biodiversity-related conventions and agreements, but also to invite support from the UN Development Programme, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and other relevant UN organizations. So therefore, we would like to include and encourages the United Nations Development Programme, the Food and Agriculture Organization, as well as other relevant UN organizations after invites UNEP at the start of the sentence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, European Union. So the beginning of the paragraph would read, invites the United Nations Environment Programme and encourages United Nations Development Programme, the Food and Agriculture Organization, as well as other relevant international organizations to support the parties and secretariats, etc. European Union.
The suggestion was to have UN organizations at the end, but we can also go along with the suggestion to have international organizations.
Do you have a preference? International. Right. We have international now. So with those two changes, is that paragraph acceptable? European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for bearing with me. It has been a long 2 weeks, so apologies, but I have another element to mention in this paragraph. In the fourth line, there is a mentioning of established by their parties, which we feel is not quite appropriate, as the COP decisions also provide some priorities. So it would be the suggestion from our side to strike through established by their parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the proposal is to delete the words established by their parties. Is that acceptable? I see no objections. With those changes, then this paragraph 7 is approved. Thank you very much. Argentina.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam Chair, rather. Could we perhaps...
Si pudiéramos...
Could we hear the latest version, please? Because we keep seeing last-minute amendments, and it is difficult to do this and to simultaneously understand the new proposals and see whether they are acceptable. So, we would be grateful if you could read this before our approval being given. Thank you.
Completely understandable, Argentina. And I assume that Brazil was making the same point. If the Secretariat could please read the whole paragraph then.
So the paragraph reads, invites the United Nations Environment Programme and encourages the United Nations Development Programme, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, as well as other relevant international organizations, to support the parties and secretariats of the biodiversity-related conventions and agreements to continue to enhance synergies in areas of priority, including by facilitating and implementing key actions aimed to enhance synergies at the national and regional levels outlined in Decision 1324 and 1430, in particular regarding reporting and the use of supportive tools such as DART, capacity building and development, and by facilitating linkages between biodiversity-related conventions and relevant multilateral agreements. Thank you.
Argentina.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Here, we should like to include at the end of the paragraph
With international rights and obligations. La lógica.
the rationale here is that, as well as mentioning multinational environmental agreements, we believe it's important to have a reference to all international rights and obligations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can support the proposal made by Argentina, the inclusion of, in accordance with law, but we would also like to have the reinsertion of priority established by their parties in the third line, as was in the original text. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Canada, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response, we perhaps have a compromise. Now that we see these areas of priority as becoming a bit unaligned, we could insert the language, so to enhance synergies in their respective areas of priority. And this makes clear it's the priorities of the UNDP, FAO, and other relevant IOs. In response to EU's proposal for crossing out established by parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Brazil, would that solve the issue for you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately not, because we believe that priorities should be established by parties of these organizations. Thank you.
EU. I'm going to come back to you and ask if it was, I believe that you had asked for the wording to be struck out. Could I prevail on you to be flexible yet again and keep it in, since it's important to others?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since other parties have been very flexible with us as well, very patient, we can be flexible on this paragraph as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then we had the suggestion from Argentina to add at the end of the sentence, and I think I have this correct, in accordance with international rights and obligations. Is that acceptable? I see no objections to that. I'm going to ask the Secretariat to read the paragraph out one more time, then I'm hoping that we can move on to paragraph 8. Secretariat, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Thank you. Paragraph 7 reads, invites the United Nations Environment Programme and encourages the United Nations Development Programme, the Food and Agriculture Organization, as well as other relevant international organizations to support the parties and secretariats of the biodiversity-related conventions and agreements, to continue to enhance synergies in areas of priority established by their parties, including by facilitating and implementing key actions aimed to enhance synergies at the national and regional levels outlined in Decision 1324 and 1430, in particular regarding reporting and the use of supporting tools such as DART, capacity building and development, and by facilitating linkages between biodiversity-related conventions and relevant multilateral environmental agreements in accordance with international rights and obligations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, and I'm hoping that that is acceptable to the room, that paragraph 7 is approved with those changes. Thank you very much. Let's move to paragraph 8, and it would be good if we could pick up the pace a little bit, because we are not able to go all night in this working group context, and we do have still a lot of work to get through in the next couple of days. So paragraph 8. Paragraph 8 is approved. Thank you. Can we approve paragraph 9? Paragraph 9 is approved. And paragraph 10. Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very small insertion. After faith-based organizations, we would like to add specifically a mention to the media, since they are a big contributor to being able to disseminate and socialize information related to biodiversity, and we kind of overlook them sometimes. So just, it can be pretty much anywhere in the paragraph, just include the media. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I see no objections to that insertion. With that, paragraph 10 is approved. So moving to paragraph 11, and understanding that we have proposals for 11 bis and 11, no, it's 12. Sorry, we'll come to that. So paragraph 11, is paragraph 11 approved? I see no objections. Paragraph 11 is approved. So paragraph 12, and then we'll come to 12 bis and 12 ter. So paragraph 12. I see no requests from the floor. Paragraph 12 is approved. So paragraph 12 bis and paragraph 12 ter, I will Cambodia, would you like to repeat your wording for paragraph 12 bis and 12 ter, please? You have the floor. Floor to
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Paragraph 12b would read, invites the United Nations Environment Programs to build on the Bern process and continue to strengthen cooperation and collaboration among biodiversity-related conventions, contributing to effective and efficient implementations of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework by facilitating a process for cooperation among parties to the relevant biodiversity-related conventions. Paragraph 12 requests the Executive Secretary and encourage the contracting parties to actively engage in the Bern process on cooperation among parties to the various biodiversity-related conventions facilitated by UNEP, contributing to effective and efficient implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Cambodia. And our understanding is that that would replace paragraph 13C. We have a question here for you. I understood that you referred to, in 12 ter, to encourages contracting parties. And our question is, could we simply refer to parties as is normal in this context? So it would read, requests the Executive Secretary and encourages parties to actively engage. Or is that a reference to, yeah. If it's a reference to CBD, then it would be just parties, I think. Would that be acceptable? Cambodia, you have the floor.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, could you repeat that again?
In paragraph 12 ter, we understood that your text read, requests the Executive Secretary and encourages contracting parties to actively engage in the Bern process. And our question is that if you are referring to parties under the CBD, we normally refer to just parties. You have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, we accept that.
Thank you very much. So I wonder whether this is agreeable or whether there is anyone who would like this read out again. Can we approve these two paragraphs then to replace paragraph 13C? Thank you very much. Paragraphs 12 bis and 12 ter are replaced and paragraph 13C is deleted. With that, could we move to paragraph 13 itself, taking both the chapeau and paragraph A? I see no requests for the floor, so chapeau and paragraph A are approved. Moving to subparagraph B. Subparagraph B is approved. Subparagraph C has been deleted. Moving to subparagraph D, which will become C. Colombia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just, we're a bit concerned that the specific mention of these two groups leaves out another important group like the rural population. So we would like to just add the mention to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasants. Thank you.
European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had long discussions on this under agenda item 9A of the GBF, so the GBF discussions. This is a very sensitive issue. It was made clear in those discussions that this would not be acceptable for a number of parties, so we would kindly ask to not include this text here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, European Union. Colombia, fine. Thank you very much. I see that you've withdrawn the proposal, and I do thank you for your flexibility. With that, then, paragraph D, which will become C, is approved. Moving to paragraph 14. Can we approve paragraph 14? Thank you very much. Paragraph 14 is approved. And finally, can we approve paragraph 15? European Union. You're going to have the last word, perhaps.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much. In this last paragraph, we would like to replace the final part of the sentence to make the linkage between the work of the World Health Organization and biodiversity, which is currently missing from this paragraph. So therefore, our suggestion would be, and I'll read the sentence with the amendment included, further requests the Executive Secretary to collaborate with the World Health Organization, subject to the availability of resources, on the link between threats to biodiversity and on the ongoing work on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, with a view to facilitating, as appropriate, consideration of access to pathogens and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. I'm afraid that we are going to have to ask you to repeat that slowly.
Thank you, and apologies for reading too fast. To save time, perhaps I can just read a part which we would add. In the second line, after subject to the availability of resources, we would add on the link between threats to biodiversity and on the ongoing work on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response. Then the sentence continues and has a full stop after genetic resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, European Union. And I see Brazil requesting the floor. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We cannot fully support the proposition made by EU. We can consider the ongoing work or the ongoing negotiations for an international treaty on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, but we don't see the added value of having on the links between threats to biodiversity and health here. So we prefer to have this part excluded. And as far as understood, the rest of the language of this paragraph is retained as the original proposal of, here contained. So the exclusion of the links between threats to biodiversity and health, as far as understood, but we can keep the reference to the ongoing negotiations for a pandemic treaty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I think the European Union had not proposed wording on the pandemic, the negotiations on the pandemic treaty itself. I understand the wording was on the link between threats to biodiversity and on the ongoing work on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response. So it was bringing that last part of the sentence up into the middle. Brazil.
Well, in this case, we prefer to go back to the original language. Thank you.
European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very sensitive issue which is being discussed elsewhere. This is not a place, in our view, to have these references. However, we try to be constructive and work with the paragraph as it stood. If that change is not acceptable, we would have to put a full stop after subject to the availability of resources. So to delete the rest of the paragraph. This is not a place to have a discussion on ABS. These discussions are taking place elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Well, I will ask whether that is an acceptable. I'm seeing not. And I do have to say it wouldn't make a lot of sense to have the sentence read that way. Further request the Executive Secretary to collaborate with the World Health Organization subject to the availability of resources leaves a little bit hanging, I think. So we seem to have reached a little bit of an impasse on this one. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I would like to request the flexibility of the EU in conserving this paragraph as it stands. It's a very important paragraph in our view. It addresses the third objective of the Convention, which is relevant for the work that the WHO is carrying out on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. Peru, you have the floor, followed by the European Union. Peru, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support the Argentina position.
Thank you very much. European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I have no flexibility on this as this is being discussed elsewhere, as I mentioned before. So it would be very unfortunate to have parallel negotiations in this regard under this draft decision. or this agenda item, and with the sentence as it's as we suggest to have a full stop after subject to the availability of resources. This could still be, it's very open of course, but it's still, the invitation still stands to work together with the CBD in this regards. We have to respect that different topics are being discussed under different agenda items. So therefore, I would like to kindly ask to shorten the sentence to have a full stop in the second line, as we will not be able to work with the language otherwise as suggested in my first intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, EU. And Colombia, you have the floor, and then I think we will come to a resolution on this.
Thank you, Chair. We support the intervention made by Argentina, and I just wanted to say that in the contact group during the discussion on the document on biodiversity and health, in para 1D, there is clean text that alludes to this specific mention. So yeah, it has been discussed and it was agreed on. So we don't see the issue on this right now. Thank you.
European Union, with that comment by Colombia, does that help your position at all? You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And unfortunately, at this point, I'm not able of showing much flexibility on this paragraph. I'm willing to consult back with the other EU member states. However, I wouldn't get my hopes up too high. I think I had very clear instructions in this regard. So my apologies that we have to end on this rather unpleasant note. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. In that case, we will bracket the paragraph. Is that an acceptable way forward, to bracket this paragraph? And in the hope that parties might have further discussions about this in the next couple of days, and we will see where we get to in the plenary. But with that, with paragraph 15 bracketed, and the changes as already approved made to the CRP, we will approve this CRP. Right, the CRP is approved. Thank you very much. So an L document will be prepared for consideration by the COP, and we'll next move on to the Gender Plan of Action in a minute or two. Thank you. All right. I would now like to submit CRP2 on item 9D, Gender Plan of Action, for your review and approval. In this document, there were relatively few brackets. I have tried to find a middle ground between the options represented by the text in the brackets and have removed some redundancies. We'll go through this document paragraph by paragraph. So let's start with the first preambular paragraph, recalling decisions 12.7 and 9.24. No objections to that. That's a good start. That paragraph is approved. Can we approve the second preambular paragraph, recognising the importance of advancing efforts? That preambular paragraph is approved. Moving to the third preambular paragraph, also recognising that the full and effective participation and leadership of women, etc. The third preambular paragraph is approved. Before we proceed with paragraph 1, which adopts the Gender Plan of Action in the annex, let's consider the annex to this draft decision, which is the Gender Plan of Action referred to in paragraph 1. And tempted as I am to ask you if we can adopt the whole Gender Plan of Action, I suspect we'd better go through this. I can see some support. We will, however, go through it paragraph by paragraph. So, can we approve paragraph 1? I see Malaysia. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Malaysia takes note on the development of Gender Plan of Action is aimed to support general equality in implementing the post-2020 GBF. We wish to also emphasize that the implementation of the post-2020 GBF is guided by national priorities and circumstances. Malaysia would like to highlight that the words gender responsive, all diversity, multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination, multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination, MFID, diversity of situations and conditions, diverse situation and conditions, multiple identities, women and men, and sexual orientation and gender identity, which are mentioned throughout the text in Gender Plan of Action, are not in line with Malaysia domestic legislation. With regard thereto, Malaysia wishes to register its reservation on these terms in the Gender Plan of Action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. Your comments are noted, and I take it that those were general comments. European Union, you have the floor.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. The EU and its member states welcome the draft Gender Plan of Action and emphasize the importance of mainstreaming gender equality and gender responsiveness as an enabler of the post-2020 global biodiversity frameworks and its implementation. With regards of the first paragraph of the annex, which we then think is the expected outcome 1, as EU is strongly convinced that the gender plans of action applies to all women and girls, EU and member states would like to harmonize the gender plan of action by making sure we add all when women and girls are mentioned under each subsection of the expected outcomes. So it means that in this case, expected outcome 1, all people, in particular all women and girls, have equal opportunity and capacity to contribute to the 3 objectives of the Convention. And we then would continue to say the same in 1.1, increase all women and girls, etc. So if this is acceptable for you, we would provide this in writing, where we have inserted all in all the places where it would be suitable with this approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, European Union. I think you've leapt ahead of us here to the table of objectives, actions, deliverables, timelines, and actors. And I understand that your proposal is that whenever in there's a reference to women and girls, it includes the word all. We will revert to this when we come back to the table, if that's acceptable to you. Iran, I see you asking for the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Iran also support Malaysia proposal that some parts of this annex, particularly Section D, are not in line of some national policies and legislations, particularly women and girls in all their diversities. In all their diversity is one of the sensitive issues, and also sexual orientation, and with particular attention to those facing multiple and intersecting forms of discriminations. These type of vocabularies have different definitions, and it might have conflict with national legislations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Iran. We take note of your comment about the potential conflict with domestic legislation. Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My delegation and several Arab and African ones share the view that the Annex of the Gender Plan of Action contains several elements, several issues that are still not considered as agreed language in civil or human rights processes, whether it's in the Human Rights Council in Geneva or in the Third Committee of the General Assembly of the UN. While we support the important role of women and girls in biodiversity, and more specifically their contribution in implementing the GBF, we do believe that it is not relevant to overburden the Gender Plan of Action with some controversial elements. In the modalities section, paragraph 2D, there is a reference of what we call SOGI, sexual orientation and gender identity. Let me emphasize that there is no legal basis for including this reference as a protected class with specific rights. This language has never been accepted as a consensual UN reference. Further, its inclusion violates national laws as well as the religious, cultural, and ethical values of many member states. The explicit reference of sexual orientation and gender identity in paragraph 2D of the Gender Plan of Action must be removed. On the other hand, and for the same arguments, there is also a reference of women and girls in all diversity. In order for us to remove the ambiguity around the phrasing, we would like to suggest replacing it with all women and girls. We do believe it's more inclusive. Also, there is reference to multiple and intersecting ways of discrimination. We would like it to be replaced by all forms of discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Algeria. We did note that while you made a general comment, and we are certainly taking note of those general comments, you also had some specific text suggestions. We will come to, and in fact I'm hoping to move very quickly to the actual specific text. I would hope that we would be able to adopt this gender plan of action without too many changes, and that we will be very happy to take on board comments for the report. But we will come to each section by section. Bahrain, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. Express our gratitude for all those who worked on preparing this document. Going to paragraph 2D, it is complete in terms of the general meaning. It's important that we do not go in length about in description, so we align ourselves with the statement by Algeria, especially by deleting the sexual orientation and sexual identity in the from the text. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bahrain. We are not actually at paragraph 2D at the moment, so could I ask that if anybody has any comments on paragraph 1, they take the floor. Saudi Arabia, do you have comments on paragraph 1, or would you want to make a general comment? Either of those two. You have the floor.
سيدتي الرئيسة.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Saudi Arabia appreciates the efforts in developing this document and aligns itself and supports human rights and all international conventions as long as they do not contradict our culture and national legislation. Since gender equality are the basis for peace, prosperity and security around the world, Saudi Arabia has always been keen in its Vision 2030 to achieve the 5th objective of the SDGs, that the group of 20 are also working towards implementation, that is gender equality. Saudi Arabia, also based on Islamic Sharia laws, is adopting full equality between men and women, taking into consideration the specificities of the two sexes. Women and women empowerment has been accorded a lot of attention by Saudi Arabia, and we support the empowerment and the engagement of women and their effective participation in all areas and in all fields. As such, Saudi Arabia aligns itself with the opinion of Arab countries that would want to see this paragraph deleted, that is not in line with our culture or our legislation. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Saudi Arabia, are you suggesting that paragraph 1 of the annex of the Gender Plan of Action, the purpose, is deleted?
نحن نتحدث ونقترح حذف السطر الثالث بالفقرة د بكلمة تنوعهن وجملة وتوجههم الجنسي وهويتهم الجنسية من نفس الفقرة.
There's a problem with the interpretation.
Apologies, the microphone did not turn on.
كلمة تنوعهن من السطر الثالث بالفقرة د.
We would invite you to strike out. We would invite you to strike out sexual orientation and gender identity from subparagraph D.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. We are on paragraph 1. I am going to take it that paragraph 1 is approved. Do I see any objections to paragraph 1? Paragraph 1 is approved. Can I now move to paragraph 2, subparagraph A? I see no objections. Paragraph 2, subparagraph A is approved. Moving to subparagraph B. Subparagraph B, European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In subparagraph A, there is on the second line from the bottom that says mainstream gender and contribute to maximizing synergies. We would like to add mainstream gender equality so that it reads, the implementation of the gender plan of action aims to mainstream gender equality and contribute to maximizing synergies.
Thank you, European Union. So the proposal is to add the word equality after mainstream gender in the fourth line of the English version. Are there any objections to that? With that small change, paragraph A, which was approved, is approved again. Paragraph B. Subparagraph B is approved. Moving to subparagraph C of paragraph 2. Subparagraph C is approved. Sorry, Iran.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Iran suggests writing international human rights law and remove human rights-based approach. Apply international human rights law.
Thank you, Iran. European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We believe that applying a human rights-based approach to advancing gender equality is a critical part of this plan of action. And actually, a human rights-based approach is one of the paragraphs in section B bis of the general principles of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So we see that it is no reason to not use it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. Mexico, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the European Union has mentioned, we are already using a human rights-based approach for the whole Global Biodiversity Framework, so we don't see why then this would not apply also for a gender action plan. We would be saying that then women and girls do not reserve also a human rights approach, but the Global Biodiversity Framework does. So to be congruent and transversal, keep here the reference to human rights-based approach.
Thank you very much, Mexico. Iran, I appeal to you to be flexible on this point, given it is wording that appears in section B bis of the Global Biodiversity Framework. I see Costa Rica. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. We would like to support the European Union and Mexico. For us, the human rights approach is a conceptual framework and a principle from the United Nations, so we would like to see reflected into the text. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica and Iran. I hope that you're going to tell me you can be flexible on this one.
Okay, thank you. I'm flexible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope the spirit of flexibility continues as we go through this rather long document. I take it then that subparagraph C is approved. Thank you very much. So dear delegates, we are now moving to subparagraph D, and we have already heard a number of interventions on subparagraph D around the references to sexual orientation and gender identity. I am going to propose, in order that we can move on through our agenda tonight, and bearing in mind that we have very little time to finish our work, that we bracket the words sexual orientation and gender identity for now, and that we try to find a way forward in the next day or so on this issue. Would that be acceptable? I see the United Arab Emirates. You have the floor.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة على الجهود المبذولة.
Thank you, Chair, for the efforts made in preparing this document. The UAE aspires to equality between the two sexes and to women's empowerment, so as to ensure that women can be active in all parts of life. The UAE has sought to promote the role of women. We support the comments of Algeria, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia in calling for the elimination of the term sexual orientation and gender identity. Thank you.
Thank you, UAE. Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do believe that in the introduction we mentioned that there is not only one problematic element in 2D. There are three actually. One is related to SOGI, which will want its deletion and request its deletion since it's not in conformity with our culture, values, and ethical issues. The second thing is the expression of women and girls in all their diversity. This reference clearly makes some ambiguity in the way that we are understanding the sentence. We would like to replace it with all women and girls. All women and girls will be broader, more acceptable to our understanding. The third element is the issue of multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. We would like it to be all forms of discrimination, which is broader and more acceptable to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Algeria. We'll come back to this shortly. Holy See, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. The Holy See acknowledges its status within this conference and the limited time remaining, so I will be very brief while acknowledging that we uploaded the full statement and with the general comments on the gender plan of action. On 2D, the Holy See echoes the comment made by other delegation on these three elements. Related to the first, it's related to older diversity. We think that aligning with SDG 5 and the language referring to all women and girls would be a preferable option. On sexual orientation and gender identity, the Holy See acknowledges that this is not a agreed language. It's referenced in one UNGA resolution adopted within the 3C by not by consensus, and there was also an amendment proposed by a party to this convention to replace sexual orientation and gender identity, which gained large support. And finally, on the issue of multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination, MIFD, the Holy See believes that this term lacks an intergovernmentally agreed definition. It lends itself to an interpretation that reduces the human person to particular characteristics and categorizes individuals according to an artificial and selective hierarchy, thereby undermining the universal of human rights as enshrined in Article 2 of the UDHR. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and my apologies to Iran for not taking you first. Iran, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam. Iran also support the proposal of Algeria and Holy See that having all women and girls and we delete in all their diversity and also sexual orientation and gender identity. So it can help us to have less ambiguity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Iran. Argentina, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and we regret all the changes that are being suggested to be introduced in the text. I would recall the delegations that are asking for these introductions that this text undergoes significant discussions under the subsidiary body of implementation, and it's a text that was submitted by the body to this COP. So we would suggest to try to refrain from making too many modifications and to retain the text as it is, which we believe it's very important. It reflects human rights and it reflects the gender plan of action that we want the post-2020 global biodiversity framework to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina, and I do recall the protracted discussions that we did have on this in Geneva, and it does seem to me that we are adding brackets where there were none previously, so I would appeal to parties to be flexible on this. Colombia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Argentina. It's quite a shame because this text was really worked on. However, I think we all want to continue, and I think all the parties' views, it's fair that they be reflected, and many parties have already expressed their inconformity. So in the spirit of maybe finding a middle ground that we might all be slightly content with, not fully, because that would be a bit impossible. I would be okay with accepting all women and girls and all forms of discrimination. And regarding the mention of sexual orientation and gender identity, would it be possible to add a footnote on those specific terms that specify that some parties recognize sexual orientation and gender identity, or that some parties reserve to not recognize these terms? I would also be willing to put the terms in the footnote so they don't appear in this paragraph. And I think I think those are three very fair options, and I think the parties that intervened with their inconformity could be safeguarded because I understand their national legislation and their culture and their religious aspects, and they are to be respected and recognized. But I also think we have to do the same in the opposite way. So maybe a footnote with that specification could be a middle ground that we could work on, and that way we would all be represented within this text. And I ask the parties that intervened before to just please consider and be flexible. I already see Algeria shaking their head. So please, can you hear without reacting while you're listening, but afterwards? Because I think we're not going to get anywhere without trying to find that middle ground. I don't think parties are going to accept the full deletion of these terms, and I don't think parties are going to accept the full inclusion of these terms. So I think we all have to be a bit flexible here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia, for that very constructive suggestion, and I do hope that we can find a way forward that will be acceptable to all, and I see a number of other speakers who may be able to help as well. Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we concur with Argentina. This gender plan of action has been discussed in detail. I believe there was even a peer review on it and the possibility to submit detailed comments. So this is an important point. This plan needs to be adopted, and we suggest to refrain from changes in this paragraph D. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. Mexico, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. As was mentioned, we did undergo extensive work. I personally chaired the group of friends in Geneva. We worked for very long hours. We had submissions. So it's not something that we just had these weeks, but it's been on for quite a few months. But we would not want to see this text with brackets at all. We don't want to move on. We want a clean text and we want to adopt it. So we believe that even if we would prefer to refrain from making changes, definitely want to move forward, and definitely can also understand the concerns of parties that have other legislation. So in that way, what Colombia has proposed, and it's already being very flexible, we can agree to that change on all women and girls, and then all forms of discrimination. But we would definitely try to keep that sexual orientation and gender identity in the text with that possible footnote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. One moment. Apologies for that. Norway, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Norway thanks the Chair for the conference room paper. We find the text in front of us to be balanced and inclusive. We would also like to remind the parties of the urgency of the biodiversity crisis. We need everyone who wants to join the fight to protect biodiversity on board, and we need them to feel welcome and supported in their efforts. We therefore hope that the concerned parties who want to make larger changes to this text to be moderate, and we would like to hear what they feel about the proposals made by Colombia.
Thank you very much, Norway. Costa Rica, please.
Thank you very much. We would like to support Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Switzerland, and Norway. I think we have discussed this text in depth, so it is better to continue and to not delay more with the approval of this gender plan of action. Also, we prefer not to leave brackets in this text. And I do agree with Colombia that a footnote regarding the national legislation of some countries can address and can be a solution to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. Dominican Republic, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We concur with the previous colleagues, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, Switzerland, Norway, and Costa Rica. This issue here is very unfortunate because this was discussed by many parties through many hours in Geneva and with contact groups, with many hours of discussion, even virtually, or even suggestions. So this text needs to be taken out from this meeting as well. So we plead these parties to find a middle ground with us parties that do support this text, and maybe find a compromise in the text that was proposed by Colombia. And please take this gender plan of action, because as our colleague said, we need everybody working towards the biodiversity conservation and not leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. European Union, followed by Guatemala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. European Union have felt with so much appreciation the very inclusive process that this plan has been developed in. It's not only the work in the contact groups, it has really been the actors, the women themselves and their groups that have been included in this work. So we line up with Mexico, Colombia, Norway, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Switzerland, and other. And we think that this can be a very important vehicle for implementing the new the post-2020. We think that the proposal by Colombia to elaborate with a footnote or something like that could be a way forward, but otherwise we view the plan of action as a complete and very carefully elaborate document as it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, European Union. Finally, Guatemala, and then I think we'll consult here and find a way forward. So Guatemala, please.
Thank you, Chair. We support the intervention of all countries before us. We suggest that the intervention of Colombia is a good way to solve this issue. We suggest too, is it possible to apply something about the legislation, the national legislation, if it's necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Guatemala. I can see a lot of consultation going on in the room, and what I propose to do is give the parties that are engaged in this debate on both sides 5 minutes to consult. I'm sure there is a way through based on a suitable footnote or a reference in the report or something like that. So could I ask Colombia, Algeria, Argentina, Costa Rica, Iran, Saudi Arabia and Bahrain I'll give you 5 minutes. No, that won't work because That's a very encouraging signal. Oh.
No footnote.
All right. I see Mexico asking for the floor, and you're going to tell us what the solution is. You have the floor, Mexico.
Thank you very much, Chair, and for also giving us the time to bring different perspectives to the table. And as we all believe that this action plan is of extreme importance for all of us, and we understand that there are religious concerns, cultural concerns. As a group, we have decided to agree to put the reference to just all women and girls, then to delete sexual orientation and gender identity, and to keep all forms of discrimination, in the understanding that the rest of the action plan would remain with all of the concepts that we have approved already. And throughout the text, every time there is a reference to women, girls, and other diversity, we will keep all women and girls. And the same applies to all forms of discrimination. But with this, we would not expect most changes around the rest of the text. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mexico, and thank you to all of you for showing such a spirit of compromise and understanding. It seems as if we have a really good way forward with this gender plan of action. I'm going to propose that we move quite quickly through it, in that, on the understanding that we will be. Let me repeat what I understand here. That we will be replacing references to women and girls in all their diversity to all women and girls. That we will be deleting the reference to sexual orientation and gender identity here in paragraph D, and that we will be replacing, sorry, no, I've lost it. We will be replacing the reference to intersecting forms, multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination, to all forms of discrimination throughout. Thank you very much indeed. And with that understanding, can we therefore approve paragraph D? Paragraph D is approved. Paragraph E. Paragraph E is approved. Paragraph 3. Sorry, Iran, you have the floor.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. In paragraph 3, also the same concept of all diversities. We request to change it to all women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iran. Yes, you're absolutely right. Could I suggest that we entrust the Secretariat to pick up all those references that need to be changed as we go through, so that we don't need to intervene whenever you see one, because otherwise it will take us some time. So can we only intervene? So the Secretariat will pick up all those references to women and girls and all their diversity and multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. Nobody needs to intervene on those. Only intervene if there is something additional that you need to raise, and that might speed us up. We can keep going until 5 minutes to 11 only. So with that, understanding on paragraph 3, is paragraph 3 approved? Thank you very much. So paragraph 4. Is paragraph 4 approved? Thank you. Paragraph 5. Paragraph 5 is approved. Paragraph 6. Paragraph 6 is approved. So now let us pick up the table and consider it by expected outcomes, and taking note of the EU proposal to replace or to add the word all in front of women and girls. So all people, in particular, all women and girls. And then in 1.1, increase all women and girls' rights to ownership and control over land. Picking up that point, which I assume is not controversial, we assume that point is approved. Is there anything in expected outcome 1? Expected outcome 1 as a whole is approved. Expected outcome 2. Colombia, please.
Hi, sorry, Chair. I thought we were going to go between the activities 1.1, 1.2, etc. Because I do have a comment in 1.1 and then in 1.3.
That's fine. Please go ahead.
Okay. So it's just more of a grammatical adjustment. We all know that no one can own water or natural resources. So I would just like to do an amendment of language just to improve it. So it would just say increase women and girls' rights to ownership and control over land and open access to natural resources and to water to support the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. And for that to be applied in all the mentions of ownership and control of water and natural resources, since we know that that can't be done, and just refer to land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. So I understand the proposal is that it would read, increase all women and girls' rights to ownership and control over land and and open access to natural resources and access to water. So open access to natural resources and access to water. Thank you very much. And that would be applied throughout. No. Colombia?
Sorry, it would be free access to natural resources and to water? Or just access, that's fine, just access without the full or the open, just access to natural resources and water, that's it.
So increase all women and girls' rights to ownership and control over land and access to natural resources and to water. Thank you. I suspect that might resolve some difficulties that people had with that. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 1.3, in the possible deliverables, we have one place more when we have the mainstreaming gender, where we would like to have an add of equality. So it reads guidance on mainstreaming gender equality following. Thank you.
Thank you very much, European Union. There's also in column B a reference to mainstream gender perspectives. Would you need it there as well? No. Right. So just going back to 1.1, can I take it that the proposal made by Colombia is acceptable? I see no objections to that. And the proposal by the EU has already been approved previously. I see no objections to that. With that, can we take expected outcome 1 as approved, therefore? Thank you very much. Can we do the same with expected outcome 2 as a whole? I see no requests for the floor. Expected outcome 2 is approved. And expected outcome 3. Expected outcome 3 is approved. And with that, the annex is approved. So let's move back to the to paragraph 1 of the decision text. Can we approve paragraph 1 that adopts the gender plan of action contained in the annex? I see no objections. Paragraph 1 is approved. Paragraph 2. Paragraph 2 is approved. Paragraph 3 invites relevant organisations. Paragraph 3 is approved. Paragraph 4. Paragraph 4 is approved. Paragraph 5. Paragraph 5 is approved. Paragraph 6. Paragraph 6 is approved. Paragraph 7. Paragraph 7 is approved. Paragraph 8. Paragraph 8 is approved. Paragraph 9. Paragraph 9 is approved. Paragraph 10 is approved. Paragraph 11 approved. Sorry, we have Argentina. Argentina is about to cause trouble.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We would like in paragraph 11 to change invites for encourages and to change balance in the third line for equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. So not causing trouble, I don't think. So the proposal is to start paragraph 11 with encourages parties to increase representation of women and replace the word balance with equality. I assume that's acceptable to parties. Thank you very much. Sorry, thank you, Argentina, but Norway, please.
Thank you, Chair. Please finish paragraph 11. I had a question for clarification for the annex, for the table, actually, but please allow me to come back to that later.
Thank you, Norway. I think, therefore, we can finish paragraph 11 with Argentina's changes. Paragraph 11, therefore, is approved. And I think we'll go to paragraph 12 and then we'll come back to you, Norway. Paragraph 12, therefore. Paragraph 12, I see no comments. Paragraph 12 is approved, and I will invite Norway to take the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My question is related to the very end of the table. It's objective 3 and the column 3.6, and I apologize again for not acting quickly before. My question is related to the column E and the leading parties, so the last line of the table and the leading parties. It says the Global Environment Facility and the Green Climate Fund. It is my understanding that we normally don't give guidance to the Green Climate Fund from the CBDs. I was wondering if the Secretariat has already ongoing cooperation, or if this is something that has been agreed. And otherwise, I think we would have preferred to see relevant organizations instead of the Green Climate Fund.
I think, Norway, it seems that you've made a very good point. So, and that suggestion to change that to relevant organisations, leaving the Global Environment Facility and changing it to relevant organisations. Thank you very much. Is that change acceptable to others? And we will amend expected outcome. Sorry, Mexico.
We're okay with that suggestion. We do believe that we do need to focus on what's the scope of this convention. Just wanted to say, because we know we're about to approve the gender plan of action, just really want to thank all the delegations here for the flexibility, for the consensus that we've reached. This is an extremely important plan to move forward. We haven't had time at all to discuss the gender target 22. So at least having this going forward and working very hard on these activities and making sure that we have more representation of female in delegations, it's something that we encourage too. So we're extremely proud and extremely happy with the work we've done. Recognize also the group of Women for Biodiversity. They were the ones behind all of this hard annex. They were behind the target 22. So if they are in the room, please, I just want to thank you and acknowledge all of your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mexico. So I believe we have indeed come to that point where we can say that we are approving CRP2, the Gender Plan of Action. And I'm trying not to be tearful here, but so with that, CRP2 is approved. Well, I'm not sure that we can top that tonight, but we do have more work to do. But I really want to reiterate the comments made by Mexico to say thank you so much for that absolutely splendid spirit of cooperation in the room. It's very much appreciated. And let's hope that continues to communication as well, which we will move to in a minute.
Congratulations, Monica.
Well done.
Well done.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, I would now like to submit CRP 7 on agenda items 9C and 13C on communication for your review and approval. You will recall that the draft decisions on sub-item 9C, the communication strategy, and sub-item 13C, communication, were approved by SBI at its third meeting with a number of outstanding issues. As indicated during the first session of this working group, I undertook informal consultations with the help of the Secretariat to merge the two draft decisions and prepared a conference room paper. Before we proceed to the decision text, I'd like us to consider the annex, which is referred to in paragraph 1 of the draft decision text, and contains a communication strategy to support the implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. We will go through the annex section by section. I know it's a long document. We have 20 minutes. So if we can please turn to section 1, background. Can we approve this section? Section 1, background, is approved. I'm going to be moving quite fast, so do focus. Can we approve section 2, communication, access to information and awareness? I see the European Union followed by Argentina. European Union.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We have a small change in paragraph 6 because we were asked to write some part for this paragraph very fast, and we realized that we were too fast. So I would like to delete drivers of change in and replace it by changes in the state of. Then it continues, nature are, delete underpinned, and add connected to, and delete by. So it will read, changes in the state of nature are connected to social values and then we add human, so it will read values and human behavior. And then between the brackets, which reads, for example, which is in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th line, between the brackets, for example, youth, political decision makers, the social week, we would like to delete week, social week, to only delete week and replace it by vulnerable. And those are the only changes that we have in that section. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. European Union will come back to those in a minute, although I'd welcome others who are intervening if they have any comments on those. Argentina, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we have changes in paragraph 5 in line 4. We would like to delete in the sentence that starts with the changes the reference to in social patterns and human behavior require. So the paragraph would read, the changes to solve the challenge of biodiversity loss make it necessary, and it goes on. And regarding paragraph 6, we actually wanted to request the deletion of the first sentence, even with the amendment introduced by the EU. We think that does not add real value to the paragraph, and in our view, as we have said already in Geneva, focusing the strategy for communication of the Convention on behaviors is something that we do not really see fit for a global strategy. It's something that may have to be addressed at the local or maybe national level in countries that are not that large and with not so many cultures. But behavioral change is very specific, and we do not see it to be addressed globally. And regarding the last introduction by the EU, deleting weak and introducing socially vulnerable, that's something that we can definitely support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I'll come back to this all, but South Africa, please, you have the floor.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to make a suggestion for paragraph 6 as well, and actually look at, I think it's the 5th line down, the socially weak. We want to concur with the previous speaker and want to suggest that we change it to socially disadvantaged, or even the suggestion of using the word vulnerable.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, South Africa. I think we're probably going to reach a good consensus on that one. Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to support my colleague from Argentina. Regarding paragraph 6, we prefer the deletion of the first sentence. Regarding the for C, we would prefer the deletion of this session. And 5, we also prefer to have the deletion of the third sentence, since it is a study by some academics and we don't really know the context of this study. So we prefer to have it out of the text. Thank you.
Just to make sure I understood correctly, Brazil, in paragraph 5, you're suggesting the deletion of the whole of the third, so the last sentence. Right. Thank you very much. So let me take these in order. Brazil is proposing the deletion of subparagraph C of paragraph 4. Would that be acceptable? Are there any objections to that? I see no objections. Subparagraph C of paragraph 4 is deleted. Argentina has proposed the deletion of sorry. Well, let me actually first go to, in paragraph 5, to the Brazil suggestion to delete the third sentence. Because if we delete the third sentence, we won't be worrying about how it is worded. Are there objections to deleting that third sentence? European Union.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And we would like to oppose the deletion of that third sentence because we think it is very important that we realize that there's changes which are needed. So we'd like to really keep this sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. So my question to Brazil is whether the changes proposed by Argentina to remove the words "in societal patterns" and "human behaviour required," would that be an acceptable solution for you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you just read what the proposal of Argentina would look like?
On the understanding that Argentina may wish to correct me, my understanding is that the sentence would read, the changes to solve the challenge of biodiversity loss make it necessary for this increase in awareness to be matched by actions by all people, etc., etc. So continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be acceptable to us, but if we are going to follow the suggestion of our colleague from the European Union, since this is a study conducted by academics in Germany, we would prefer that the changes in societal patterns and human behavior in developed countries required to solve, etc., etc. Thank you.
So I think that I'll now turn to the European Union and check whether the Argentinian proposal would be an acceptable solution so that we can move on. European Union.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So do I understand correctly that it will read then the changes required to solve the challenge, and then it continue as it reads at this moment?
I don't think that's what Argentina said, but I think it would make sense. So it would read the changes required to solve the challenge of biodiversity loss. Argentina, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our proposal would be this last sentence to read, the changes required to solve the challenge of biodiversity loss make it necessary for this increase in awareness to be matched by actions by all people, etc. And I think that to accommodate Brazil's proposal, the suggestion would be to delete the footnote because they were challenging the specific study quoted here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and apologies for misunderstanding your change, Argentina. So EU, with those suggested changes, so it would read the changes required to solve the challenge of biodiversity loss, etc., etc., and with the deletion of the footnote itself, would that be acceptable to you?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We can accept it, but we didn't understand the reasoning by Brazil that it's just because it's a German study. But we can be flexible.
Thank you very much. I can see we have consensus in the room on this. Thank you very much. So paragraph 5 then is approved with those changes. So let me move to paragraph 6. And with the proposal by Argentina and Brazil that the first sentence in that paragraph is deleted, would that be acceptable? European Union.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we would like to, because we understand that human behavior is maybe not the word that Argentina and Brazil would like to see. And so we want to be flexible and propose, instead of human behavior, can we change it into lifestyle? Would that be acceptable to Argentina and Brazil, and then we keep the phrase? Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I understand it would read, changes in the state of nature are connected 2, social values
and lifestyles.
Social values and lifestyles. Would that be acceptable to Argentina and Brazil? I'm seeing shaking of heads. Brazil, I take it not. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a too subjective topic to be discussed in a simple sentence like that. We don't feel comfortable with it, and we prefer the deletion. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. European Union, I'm not sure that we lose anything significantly by deleting the sentence. Are you able to be flexible on this point?
I can try to be flexible, then I ask as well from the others that, because I've been flexible now already 2 times, so at a certain moment flexibility just stops. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll take that as an agreement to be flexible. I don't think we're taking a score here, but it's a fair point. So with the deletion of that first sentence and the change in the middle of the sentence to say socially vulnerable, because I think that was an acceptable term to all, can we consider paragraph 6 amended in that way, and therefore section 2, I think we're on. Section 2 is approved, therefore, with those changes. Moving now to section 3. Argentina, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as your indulgence, we had also a comment on paragraph 7 of section 2. We have a similar concern regarding the footnote, which also refers to a study on behavioral change. We do think, and we also think that this is a very important comment, we do think that the communication by the Secretariat should not be based on messages on behavioral change. So we do request the deletion of this paragraph. Thank you. Sorry, of the paragraph, no, of the footnote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. So I believe that will be acceptable to delete the footnote. Are there any objections to that? All right. With that, we will now approve section 2, move to section 3. I'm very aware of the time. I'm hoping that we can move fairly speedily now through this. Section 3, please. Section 3 is approved. Argentina.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry to come back here again, but in section 3 we have a similar comment as we said before in paragraph 10, line 2. As we said that we do not think that the communication should target behavioral change, we request the deletion of the reference to experts in behavioral change. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. So it would read, assisted by experts in communication and other relevant disciplines. So, dear delegates, I'm afraid that the interpreters have had to stop for the evening. They've served us very well, and we're very grateful for their work. It would be good to see if we can get through this CRP. I ask the floor whether it is acceptable to continue for a little while in English. I see no objections to that. I do apologise, and thank you very much for your flexibility again tonight. So,
Section 4.
Section 4, goals. Section 4 is approved. Section 5, audiences. European Union, please.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's not something very big, but we remember that from section B bis in paragraph 27, we've got small b, and you've got the phrase, the messaging may also include, and then ecosystem-based approaches. So we would like to add the wording from B bis and add nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches, which is the agreed language as we've understood from B bis. No? It's not agreed. Oh, sorry. But we would like to put it between brackets until it's solved on the B bis then. Is that okay for you?
So we're on 20, we're back in section 4, I take it.
Yeah.
So paragraph 27, subparagraph B, you are asking for a reference to nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches, which you are asking to be bracketed while pending a resolution of this in B bis. While it would be nice not to have any brackets, Canada, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding paragraph 22 under Goal C, Canada would like to suggest text to streamline this paragraph to align with the existing reporting timelines. We would like to remove have a reporting period on an annual or biannual basis linked to International Day for Biodiversity and other relevant events, and replace it with to be aligned with national reporting periods, full stop. Thank you.
So Canada, I understand your suggestion in that paragraph 22 would read, communications related to the monitoring element should be aligned with national reporting periods. Thank you very much. Can I take it that that is acceptable? I see no objections. That change will be made to paragraph 22. I see Brazil. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are still in 27B. After climate change, we would like to put in brackets common but differentiated responsibilities. Thank you.
Is that which is the first? This is the first reference to climate change, or the second?
Sorry. I'm getting tired, Brazil. I apologize. There are two references to climate change in subparagraph B. Which one is it?
Okay.
Don't tell me
it would
both.
be, the messaging may also include ecosystem-based approaches to climate change, then in brackets, common but differentiated responsibility, comma, collective action, etc.
And can I take it that this is also pending resolution of this issue?
I understand this is part of the discussions being carried out under the Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Norway is of the view that a detailed communication strategy is not really the best document to negotiate in a setting like this. We would also really appreciate if we didn't have to do it again, so we would prefer to have this document solved tonight with no brackets. So we would encourage both the last two speaking parties to withdraw the text, so we can move on.
So, the proposal is that we delete, or we do not include, the bracketed text, neither the reference to nature-based solutions nor the reference to CBDR. Is that acceptable? Can we move forward on that basis? Yes? I think I'm seeing nodding. All right. Thank you, everyone. We will not include that. I see IPLCs 113. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This proposal is for Section 5. We propose the inclusion of indigenous languages in para 45, so it will read as, in this regard, the global and national strategies should work to develop components of the strategy, including tools and messages that can be translated into indigenous and local languages and contexts. Similarly, we have the same proposals of insertion of indigenous and before local languages in para 75 and 77G. The rationale for our proposal is that it reflects the close relationship between biodiversity and indigenous languages, and to make it more accessible and relevant to communities on the ground, and really making it a whole society approach. And this is in line with the UN resolution on the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, so that the global communication strategy must also consider development of communication materials that include cultural and language diversity. Thank you. We also ask for support from party. Thank you.
I was just about to do that. Thank you very much. So I see Costa Rica and Mexico asking for the floor. I assume that's to support the proposal. In that case, we'll consider it supported. Is there any objection to those proposals?
So one was in 45?
I see Mexico and the European Union, so, and, sorry. Sorry, European Union.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. It was just so fast. We couldn't follow where it was and what the exact text was. So could you please ask the representative to reread it on dictation speed? Thank you.
I can do it. So the proposal is, we're in section 5 where we were anyway. The proposal is in paragraph 45 to add the word Indigenous and in front of local languages and contexts. So it would read, in this regard, the global and national strategies should work to develop components of the strategy, including tools and messages that can be translated into Indigenous and local languages and contexts. And this same change will be made in paragraph 75 and paragraph 77G. And I assume there's no objection to that. I see no objection, so those changes are approved. Thank you very much. I now see Argentina.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I seek clarification. We are considering section 5 as a whole at this stage. All right. So on paragraph 44, where it says, and recognition of rights of Mother Earth for those parties where this is applicable, we would suggest a change that could accommodate the concerns of my country. We would suggest deleting that and replacing for including living well and in harmony with Mother Earth. Thank you.
So the proposal is in paragraph 44 to replace the words and recognition of the rights of Mother Earth for those parties where it is applicable with including living well and in harmony with Mother Earth. Can I take it that that change is acceptable? I see no objections to that. I hope that's clear. Happy to repeat it? No? So paragraph 44 will read, after global levels, including living well and in harmony with Mother Earth. Thank you, Argentina. I see no more requests from the floor, so I take it that paragraph 5, section 5, sorry, is approved. Thank you. Section 6, branding. I see no requests from the floor. Section 6 is approved. Section 7, open source coordination mechanism and channels and multipliers. I see no requests from the floor. Section 7 is approved. Section 8, key messaging. South Africa.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On table 3, themes for messaging, it reads top line, by acting for nature, biodiversity, we can all create a fairer, healthier, and more sustainable world. We'd like to suggest a change for fairer to just. It's difficult to determine what fairer would be.
Thank you very much, South Africa. So the proposal is in table 3 on page 16 in the English version, to say, by acting for nature, biodiversity, we can all create a just, healthier, and more sustainable world. I see, I'll come back to this if necessary, but I see Canada. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support the addition of just. Regarding the text under the general theme, Canada would like to see and reverse be added to the first row. The text would read, we need to halt and reverse biodiversity loss and ensure sustainable development for all as stated in paragraph 4 of section B and the text resulting from the contact group on 9A of the post-biodiversity framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. So the proposal is that under general theme, the next section would read, we need to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, etc. European Union, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. We would like to add 2 words to paragraph 76. It reads at the moment, the importance of awareness and change, and we would like to add change of habits. So to add the word of habits, and then in order to foster a little bit further, we would like to add transformative, so that it would read in order to foster transformative change. And then further on, in box 3, in the third before the last one, which reads, our relationship with nature biodiversity can increase the risk of infections and spread. So add the words and spread of diseases of zoonotic origin, because else it doesn't really make sense to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, EU. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wonder how will you take all the changes introduced? Will you review them one by one? Okay. Additionally to the changes proposed, we have an additional one on paragraph 76, which is our traditional change, and it's to delete at the end of paragraph 76 and perceived behavioral control and intentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. All right, let's move to paragraph 76 then. We have first the proposal to add the words of habits in the first line. So it would read, communicating the importance of awareness and change of habits to promote sustainable development, etc. Argentina.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, this change is not acceptable to us. We have concerns regarding which would be the habits that would be recommended to change. From a global perspective, we think that this could be too prescriptive. So we would request to delete that insertion. Thank you.
European Union, could you live without that one? Floor to European Union, please.
Thank you. Well, now it just reads the importance of awareness and change. Change of what, to be honest? That's the question that we have. Because we do not know change for what, in what. So that is why we added of habits, to make it clear. So, but if maybe Argentina has some other proposal, because there needs to be a change in something. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Argentina, please. Floor to Argentina.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and we do note the point made by the EU. Maybe a compromise that could accommodate all our concerns and the very important, I have to say, coherence concerned by the EU would be to delete also of awareness and change to promote So the paragraph would read, communicating the importance of sustainable development and lifestyles in harmony with nature will be a key element to support blah, blah, blah. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, our suggestion was exactly as the one expressed by our colleague from Argentina, and we also support Argentina in deleting the last part of this paragraph and perceived behavioral control and intentions. Thank you.
European Union, does that change help? Or would you prefer to go back to just simple of awareness and change to promote sustainable development, which is fairly inclusive? European Union, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, then we can live without of habits, and then we just change something. There's no problem with that. We change at least something. And that's why we would like to change something for the things that were deleted. I think it was by Argentine at the end of the sentence, because now it stops after attitudes, if I could recall correctly. So we would like to add and consumption choices, which comes from target 16 in the first paragraph, and which is unbracketed text. So I hope that way that solves the problem of the perceived behavioral change and intentions. I hope that this flexibility could be possible. Thank you.
Acknowledging that we still have to come back to the middle part, I also have Iran. Iran, please.
Thank you very much. Regarding the communication, the output of the communication is several things. First is increasing knowledge or awareness, changing attitudes, changing norms, changing behavior, and changing lifestyle. These are the output of any communication. If we want to just say communicating to promote sustainable development is fine. We don't want to say something else. That's fine. But if we want to specifically focus on what type of change, we should insert again norms, attitude, knowledge, and behavior, because these are the output of any communication on any education. So for simplifying the text or streamlining the text, communicating to promote sustainable development is fine. Otherwise, if we want to focus on change, I think that we need to bring back some of the elements that have been deleted.
Thank you very much, Iran. So I understand we're keeping in the first line, we are keeping that reference to change on the assumption that that is acceptable to others. And the EU has proposed keeping the reference at we are keeping the reference at the end to norms and attitudes. But the EU proposal now is that it would be norms, attitudes, and consumption choices. And that last phrase is taken from target 16. Argentina, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And we don't have a problem with the reference to consumption choices. What we do think, as we were mentioning before, is that probably that's not part of the key messaging that globally has to be done by the convention. So Our suggestion, in order to accommodate EU concern, would be to add after will take into account scientific evidence and there we would add, comma, at the national level, comma, they may also, delete will, address norms and attitudes and consumption choices suggested by the EU. So for us, it's pretty clear that these consumption choices that the EU is suggesting, that of course they will have to be addressed because they are in target 16, are to be addressed at the national level or other level, but not at the global level by the Secretariat of the Convention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Argentina, so EU. My understanding of Argentina's proposal is that the last sentence would read, in order to foster change and possibly transformative change, key messages will take into account scientific evidence, and at the national level they may also address norms, attitudes and consumption choices. I see you nodding. Excellent. Thank you very much, Argentina, for that constructive suggestion. I think that seems to be acceptable to the room. I see no objections to that. I just want to come back to the question in the middle of, are we saying in order to foster transformative change? I don't see any, nope, I don't see any objection. Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I seek your indulgence. Could you read the first sentence of paragraph 76 as amended? Thank you.
'76, the first part, I think we ended up not amending it.
Well, no, because the question is do we keep the habits?
No.
That was, we didn't keep it.
So my understanding of where we got to in the discussion was that we were reverting to the original language. So it would read, communicating the importance of awareness and change to promote sustainable development and lifestyles in harmony with nature, etc., etc., etc. That acceptable? Yeah. It seems to me that we have a resolution on paragraph 76, then thank you very much. Moving then to table 3. I don't believe there were any. Bolivia, please. The floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Well, in Table 3, as a general theme, we suggest to introduce an additional row to be consistent with the previous introduction to the text for the living well in harmony with Mother Earth, aimed at the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bolivia. So just to check that I understand you well, the new box would read, living well in harmony with Mother Earth, aimed at the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. All right, we will come back to that. I just want to check that I believe there was no objection to the word just at the top, proposed by South Africa. We will create a just, healthier and more sustainable world. We'll take that as approved. And the proposal to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. I see no objections to that. Then the proposal by the EU in the fourth from the bottom, our relationship with nature biodiversity can increase the risk of infections and spread of diseases of zoonotic origin. I see no objections to that. And finally, the proposal from Bolivia, living well in harmony with Mother Earth, aimed at the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. I see no objections to that. Thank you very much. So that is section 8, approved. Section 9, measuring progress. Argentina.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And in our view, it's not very clear on the last sentence what would mean that the assessment of progress will capture important value changes over time. We do understand the last part of the sentence, which is capture progress towards access to relevant information and increased awareness and willingness to act for biodiversity. So we would suggest to delete that reference to important value changes over time and to assess, so the sentence would read, assessment also needs to capture progress toward access to relevant information and increased awareness and willingness to act for biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina and Iran, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Iran also support this comment, this proposal, because it doesn't make sense, the value change here. So we support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iran. European Union, please.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we would not be so deletable. So the only thing that we would like to delete, instead of deleting all the changes that Argentina proposed, we would just delete value. Would that work for Argentina? Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Argentina, is that acceptable? Argentina, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think that the suggestion by the EU makes sense. Our concern was that it was not pretty clear how to capture value changes over time. It seemed rather difficult for a communication strategy to do so in the assessment of progress and how to measure progress, but to capture changes seems more general, and it would make sense probably.
So I take it that we're just deleting the word value then? All right. I hope, Iran, that's acceptable to you as well? Iran, yep.
Oh yeah, thank you. It is acceptable, but actually I see it's a bit redundant. Assessment needs to capture changes. Of course, it needs to capture it, and assess progress. When we assess the progress, of course, we capture the changes, important changes. So, but I am flexible for that, for the suggestion of EU.
Thank you very much. I think we'll accept a bit of redundancy then at this late hour. Thank you so much. Can I take it then that section 9 is approved with that small change? Section 10. Section 10 is approved. Thank you very much. That means we have approved the annex. Take it the annex is approved with those changes made. Thank you very much. Moving now to paragraph 1 of the decision text. Given that we've approved the annex, can we now welcome the communication strategy? I see no objections. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada believes that we should adopt the communication strategy as it changes the intent of the text, and we understand there are many tasks and actions proposed and believes that adopts better reflects these actions. Thank you.
So Canada adopts the communication strategy. I don't see any objections to that. Thank you. With that change, paragraph 1 is approved. Paragraph 2 decides to renew a mandate. I see no objections. Paragraph 2 is approved. Paragraph 3 requests the informal advisory committee. Paragraph 3 is approved. Paragraph 4 encourages parties and invites all stakeholders. Paragraph 4 is approved. Paragraph 5 invites other international organisations, etc. Paragraph 5 is approved. Paragraph 6 welcomes the efforts by parties. Paragraph 6 is approved. Paragraph 7. Paragraph 7. Let's take paragraph 7 as a whole. European Union.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And almost, I was just forgetting to push the button before you approve that as a whole. We just have a small addition on small c, which asks to update the program of work. We would like to add at the end, and develop further guidance for implementation at the national,
Sorry to interrupt you, EU. We're still on paragraph 7. We haven't approved paragraph 7 yet. But I'm forewarned. Paragraph 7 is approved. Right. Paragraph 8, and I'm going to return the floor to European Union. And you'll have to repeat because I got distracted. I'm sorry.
No, I was distracted as well and tired, so I skipped 7 completely. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So just at the end of little c, to add and develop further guidance for implementation at the national, subnational and local levels. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So our understanding is that addition at the end of paragraph C would be and develop further guidance at the national, subnational and local levels. Is that correct? Perhaps not quite. Could you repeat?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry that you're losing your voice, so you cannot do a lot of awareness afterwards, maybe. So it was just, you read it almost correctly, you only forgot the words for implementation. So it would read, and develop further guidance for implementation at the national, and then it continues as you read it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So is that, are there any objections to that change, that proposed change? I see none. On that basis, can we take it that paragraph 8 as a whole, with all those changes, with all those changes, with that one change, is approved? And can I take it, therefore, that CRP 7 on communication is therefore approved? CRP 7 is approved. Well done, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience and for allowing us to continue in English without interpreters and staying late. It's very much appreciated. I think it was good that we got as far as we did. We do have one more CRP on knowledge management and the clearinghouse mechanism, but I think that we will have to come back to that at our next session, if that's all right with you. I'm assuming there will be no objections to that. And I wish you all a very pleasant rest of the evening, whatever is left of it, and look forward to seeing you again, where I think we may have one more session to do knowledge management, and we will need to do the financial mechanism and adopt a report from this working group. And mainstreaming. But we hope that that will be a very efficient process. So thank you and good night, those of you who have stuck it out and are left.